Hey, testing. So I moved everything over back to my screen. It's 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 actually that's interesting because it's actually to my right. But anyways, audio sounds like it's working okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and mute that, and I'm gonna go ahead and take this off at least for right now. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I decided I didn't like the deal of where the restream window was kind of hanging off of the side, and I decided to opt to put everything back over on my other monitor. So I'll probably be looking over to my right, your left, my right. Uh, yeah, it's been a while since I actually used the straight up webcam. Well, I mean, not too long, but that I haven't used that much really. Anyways, actually, I still have. I wonder if have my little cheat sheet here. Yeah, desktop webcam. Please wait. Anyways, whatever. It doesn't really matter. I don't guess. Okay, so let's just get to it. I'm going to. Oop, okay. All right. So, did I? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and reload the restream page. Just give me a second, and then I'm gonna go back to chat, and I'm gonna say hello in the chat. Hello, chat. So, and there we go. Okay. A thought just occurred to me this morning that I was looking at the. Okay, so today we're going to try to do the process of coming up with the stuff, the pages that come the after this last one, which is the um, the sky one. Chester flying around sees random village being burned down. Okay, so when he takes to the skies, but something occurred to me that I didn't need to. I don't. I think I could reduce the amount of pages that this is uh, if I do it. If I put a little thought into it, it's something that I did kind of originally. So basically, you pick Glint's cave here in the first one, and then you have Ember and you have Shade, right? Only this is also Ember and this is also Shade. So that means that I could have did I could have did this to Ember and to Shade, and then of course this would also go to Ember, and so in other words, I could have it has to do with the way I arrange them because I have to be kind of particular about how I arrange them. So I do a three. And I almost want to take and go ahead and redo this and streamline it, but at the same time, I'm kind of going. I did all that work really, and I don't strictly need to do that. I just got to remember in the future because the near future, there's going to be something that has like three choices in it, and I'll be able to do that. And it just happens to do with how you place it. I don't have to. It doesn't have to loop to reduce the amount. So you have the three top levels here, and then this one would go over here, and this one would go over there to the other two top levels that ways. And then, of I don't know. I'd have to think about it quite a bit though, because it's still kind of confusing. It's kind of confusing to explain it and try to think about how to do it in my head. I think I'm gonna go ahead and somewhere in the kingdom. Let's see some here. Um, Somewhere in the kingdom, Jester the friendly dragon is taking another sightseeing trip. He lands at the base of, and then okay. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and delete this. So go ahead and save the room data here. Okay. So today, anyways, yeah, I have each of these three, and this would go down to that one, and then this one would go down to that one, and then the top level would also go down here, and the top level would also go here. Anyways, I think I'm pretty sure I could find a way of doing that. Anyways, okay, so Baptist Uncave under Dragon Mount. Let's check the door specs right now. Chester Cave. Uh, okay, and Chester Cave is 006. So let's go to the script. Let's go ahead and save this, I guess. Let's go to are we in we're not in load all, are we? Let's go to load all rooms. Okay, and begins with 6. Do that. Control save. And now it okay, before reloading though, let's go ahead and select all these. Can I go down? No, I can't go down. Okay, I have to zoom out then. Either that or oh, I see what I did. This is gonna start getting a little unwieldy, I think. We're gonna go ahead and take this and move it like that. We're gonna go ahead and take these, move them over underneath like that. And I'm gonna take fine. That's kind of weird. How come? Oh, that's why. Is this down here? Okay, that's all right. Actually, okay, let's do the thing I was going to do. And the reason I'm doing this is because when I add a room, it adds it to the origin, which is over here, which means that it's not anywhere, like I don't put it in a specific position. Now I could actually write some code to do that, but I don't want to mess around with that. You know, I'll when I do the layout tool, I'll do a thing where you can place you can create a new room at your cursor or whatever. But for the moment, we do this. So actually, yeah, that's fine. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to save this, and we're going to go ahead and save the room data. And then I'm going to go ahead and reload scene because we've added the 6, so it's going to add the extra room. So reload save scene. There we go. See, there's extra room there. And we're going to take that. Yeah, this is what? Okay, that's interesting. Let's see something here. Sky. Let's see where it goes to. Sky goes to cave, which is this one. Okay, cave goes to Chester Cave goes to train cabin 7. And then this is this has all 3 of them. All 3 sky ones. Why? Because they're all number 6s, which is okay, I guess. Oh, yeah, an interesting thing here, of course. This isn't linked. These 2 are linked, right? Anywho, let's just go ahead. We're going to take these. I'm actually going to move them out of the way. Wait a second. Okay, this is good. Good, that's still there. Okay, good. I guess because it's locked or whatever. But, all right. So let's just go ahead and we're going to put these ones up here. I mean, I guess I'll have to deal with them at some point. These are... Actually, you know what I could do? Actually, it's what I should do. Here, I gotta put this below. So I put this down, like, way down here. Because, so that, here, and let's take this guy and move him out, like, here. This guy over here, this guy can go with it, right? Like that. And that's over here. That. I'm just keeping them kind of separated so that when I load in ones, the next consecutive ones, it won't put the lines all weird. So anyways, I don't have to save the deal, but I do it anyways because it'll balk when I leave. So now I just save the room data. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. So apparently, according to this page, he goes to just to one of his friends before. I don't know. I might have to. I've already established the 3 friends, even though you might have more or whatever. But I already established the 3 friends, so I might go ahead and have a deal. In fact, this will be a good way to test my layout skills because I'll have the same three choices, but they'll we'll have the same three choices, but just streaming, adding more pages. Yeah, this will be kind of unique in that it won't be like a full-fledged choose your own adventure with multiple endings and whatever. It'll just be what it is, and the idea is it's more interactive so that each time if you do something in a different order, it gives a slightly different experience. So like I said, I kind of liken it to rereading a book or rereading a movie, only it's a little bit different. It's like when they started being able to do the branching video in on DVDs. DVDs have the ability to they have the multi-camera angle, which really turned out to be a gimmick that didn't really they didn't really make that much use of it because people don't really care that much. But they had certain movies. Well, I know one in particular. I don't know how many more movies did this, but the Terminator 2 special edition DVD set had both the theatrical and director's edit. I'm not sure if that's technically called the director's cut. It's a special extended. It's like a extended edition, I think. Extended cut of Terminator 2, and so you'd basically pick the version that you want to play. But what it would do is it would deviate from the program and go to those extended scenes or those extra scenes that have put it back in there. And so you could rewatch it, and the experience would be slightly different. It'd be most of the same story, but you have a few different scenes and a few different things, and the way it goes out, and so you can experience it slightly differently. Well, I guess the equivalent to doing that with a book would be to have this like the Choose Your Own Adventure. Now, Choose Your Own Adventures were really sparse. They had multiple endings. They were relatively short for what they were. You know, you read it through. But imagine doing a novel, like almost a full-sided novel, but having these kind of branching narratives where you could experience the story slightly different. Or maybe there's some backstory, maybe there's some stuff going into a different character that you don't read on the first read through, and so then you go back and read through it again. But it's like a full novel. I just keep thinking, I could do that. I could actually do that. I'm not saying that I'm a great writer or anything. Like I could write a really good book, but I bet if I just did kind of what I'm doing here, I bet I could make it into a print book that does that and allows you to change pages. So basically, you're still reading it. You still read it like a novel or a novella, maybe. It doesn't have to be like a full big size novel with multiple branches. It's going to be a lot of extra writing, extra work. So you may not want to do 300 and 400 page daily, but maybe 100 page, like a 100 page novella, which would expand about 200 or 300 pages because you're having the extra choices and stuff to do. So that actually would be a kind of cool thing to do, and that way. Now, of course, with a choose your own adventure, the actual book, uh, the emphasis was on redoing it so that you could go to the different endings, right? But because of the relatively simple nature of it, it's not like you would get into one of those. Like I wouldn't read it and go, "Oh man, I want to reread that again because it was so good." Even if it was pretty good, I'm not saying that they weren't good. I'm just saying you just wouldn't really do that because you'd be just going just to do the extra endings, and so you maybe you skim through it real fast so you can get to that part, and then you flip the page or whatever. And so the emphasis would be on trying to get to the good ending, right? But if you were doing what I'm saying, you would only be rereading it because you liked it so much but that you'd want that extra different experience. I don't know. I think it could be a thing. Like an adult choose your own adventure, and the only way I mean adult, I mean like a serious book. I don't mean adult like you'd make adult subject matter or anything like that. I just mean you make it like a serious book, like you're reading a book, right? And I could see that. That's not a bad idea. Um, See if you can find a get print on demand service, or one of those deals where like Amazon Kindle um, printing or whatever, KDP or whatever, whatever it's called, and and you can set it up. You can make that. You can make it. It would be. I think it would be novel enough that you could actually make money doing it. Maybe not a lot of money. Maybe not a bunch of accolades. Especially if you're not that great of a writer. This makes me think. That's not a bad idea. It's kind of a cool idea. I could even take this and do that. I could actually take this when it's done and put it in print form. Of course, I still got to do I'll have to do the narrative pass afterwards. In fact, that's even going to take a long time. Jeez, this is going to take a long time just to get to the point of where it's complete in a form. Dang, I need to get to work, right? Okay. So I'm also now I don't know how many people are in here. Restream is only saying one, so it's probably just myself. It's probably just the only one that's in here. Maybe a few of you will see it afterwards if you run through the stream afterwards. But it's like it's kind of too bad I don't have more people coming in, and I don't mean this because of just it's too bad that I'm not more popular or that I'm not that good or whatever. What I mean is if there were more people in here and they were all discussing this, I could actually ask for feedback and stuff, like real time feedback. I could say I could ask them questions like, um, what was I thinking of? See, I got to get this done. Um, I don't know what I was gonna ask. Oh, I was thinking about asking people if um since I'm always touting the fact that I'm going to show you everything and all the behind the scenes stuff on how I work and stuff. I was I was really going to do that, and I was thinking, you know what? I have um now we're on like location 6, okay? So there's 44 locations. So we're just like we're like a 1/20th of of the we're like a 20th of the way through the whole thing. And I'm kind of going, when I get this process going, which I'm going to start today, actually, I'm going to ask Rock to help me streamline it a little bit further to make the steps a little bit quicker. But I'm going to do one today. I'll probably only be able to get this one done. And I already have some ideas of how I want to handle this a little bit. I have to make up some stuff because I wasn't intending to him to find all 3 friends. But I think he's gonna have to find all three of them since I already set up their characters when looking in their caves and stuff. So I'm gonna be doing all three of them. But so I was going, maybe what I should do is I should go ahead and once I get the process going and I'm not really doing much other than making the game, that maybe I should um, finish pages up um, outside the live streams, because what it's going to be is it's going to be the exact same thing each time. And I think that would be my only justification for not putting something on the stream is if it's repetitive, something that you've already seen me do, right? So you'll see the process, and when I'm really going on the process, when I'm really looking and making headway, um, at that point I'll be able to go and say, I don't really need to. It's like the notes. I was typing in the notes, and I was thinking maybe I shouldn't have typed in all those notes on stream. Maybe I should just did it. I think I might have did a little bit offline a couple of times, and then I could come back and say, well, this is actually what I did. Because like I said, once you see the process, once you see my thought process and how I work, it's not going to be any different. It'll be different in content. Like I'll say, okay, so I got to figure this out, blah 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 blah, and then you might miss that out on that. So that might be a reason not to exclude it from the stream. But then again, if you're seeing the same thing over and over again, you might not want to see all of the same stuff over and over again. So and then maybe I don't know. Maybe if I get to a stuck point, maybe I can go. I'm trying to think of something, and maybe I can actually go ahead and put that live on the stream. But then once I get past that little block and I go back into it, I could go to um, I could make part of it off stream stuff, just so you could just get to the point of where I could actually get this done sooner than than what the stream time allows. Any extra time I got that I actually have extra time that I can use. So I'm going maybe yeah. So I mean that's what I'm thinking anyways. Okay, so let's go let's open recent let's open channel lens design notes. Okay. I'm gonna go down. Okay. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and like I'm gonna start copying this text in here. I wonder if I could do it in a factor. Form factor. No, I mean in the way of like a form. Okay, back now. New day. What's the? Here's some potentially relevant memories of your previous conversation with the user. Other memories not shown here. Memories are arranged. What? Potentially relevant memories. Conversation summary. You mentioned fixing the missing line problem. Choose your own adventure aspect. Create new rooms. I realized the duplicate castles. Consider two methods. Timestamp, conversation summary. That's moving the function digital room class. Okay. Conversation summary. June 2nd, 2025. GitHub desktop. Why is it doing this? Conversation summary. Want to back up your project folder, June 12th, June 24th, June 26th. Draw from these memories only if they are relevant to the user's request. I don't have... We choose to use a memory. Why are you talking to me about memories? I don't think I pressed any weird buttons. I just said I'm back, as it's a new day and I'm working on the next steps. Recapping where you left off. Okay. Okay. It was just odd because he never did that. But maybe it has something to do with the one sentence line I fed in. Anywho, today I'm going to start using the process we outlined earlier to generate pages in between the sky page, Chester flying around in the sky searching for dead friends, and then when he returns to his own cave. But I think I want to streamline the process even further. We need to start at the fact I will already start with the next page. In other words, I don't need to pick a page. Also, don't have to worry about the actual time it takes. I was doing that mostly for context, as in this is how much time I have, and I want to make it as streamlined as possible to get through as much as possible in that time. Not that I have to hit any sort of time, any sort of milestone deadline as far as time that day. It may take the whole session to do one page, or it might take several days. Then again, I could get so adept that I might do several pages in that short time span. Please acknowledge before I proceed. Got it. If you only response, it was just my attempt to seamlessly reconnect to prior discussion. You're now focusing on moving the next section, testifying on the skystream for Finn's, leading to his return to his own cave. You want to use skipping select the page. Step 1, you're starting fresh with the next page. Remove the time estimates since they were contextual for your. You also don't need to mention ADHD because that was also context. Because of the fact that I was sort of all over the place as to what I wanted to get done. Of course, talking to you like a human means you kind of means I kind of forget you're essentially a program or system or whatever you like to call it yourself, and it probably wouldn't matter to you if I was jumping around and stating things out of order because you process all the data in a certain way, not like a human thinking through. If I was another human and I was hearing me talk this way, at first I might be confused and I would have to reorient my mind to think that, well, he's saying different things and they're in a different order, and I just have to rearrange it in my head to make sense to me. I'm pretty sure you don't really work like that. So that was why I was mentioning ADHD. It but it really has no relevance in the process. Please acknowledge before I proceed. Okay. I said I processed your update. You're clarifying scattered approach in discussions as you're figuring out your goals. You recognize a system that processes information differently from human handling. Out of order, varied input without needing to mentally reorient so the ADHD context wasn't relative to the. Yes, you're focused on streamlining the process for flying pages. For the flying pages, Chester starting the next page, removing time estimates. Okay, so please restate the process, the steps that I need to use to come up with the pages in between the story beats. And we'll see where I want to streamline. Okay, let's see what it says. Starting pages, you're starting with the next page. You ask to streamline process by removing the select. It's gonna hate it when it does that. Why does it have to do that, doggone you? You don't have to do that. Okay. You review the restated process. Identify the first streamlining opportunities uh, for implementing. Restate the process, generalized version, adapted, skip the page selection step, remove time estimates, keeping it concise, aligned with narrative driven. Streamline changes, flagging section. Okay. There's simplify, choice check, reduce fallback prompts, batch pages, review process, check the restated step process, what feels redundant or could be leaner, start flying pages. Also, well, I'm gonna go ahead and leave it at that. I was gonna tell it that not to worry about what page it's actually on because I'm trying to create a process for upcoming pages. It doesn't matter what's on them. But if it's doing this to give me examples so I can figure out how to do it, then I'll just go ahead and I'll leave it be and I won't correct grok on it. So, okay. Process for a solo game developer, branch, you choose your own adventure game, single event room, content, and structure. Choices are driven by a central player goal, use at least 2 archetypes, explore and interact within page choices, variety. Maintain consistency, the same option type, use the same archetype across pages. Choices are short, 5 to 7 words. I mean, yeah, that's fine, I guess. Rooms focus on one story related event. Details only if critical. Pages are planned in an external document. Start with the next page. New structure. Structure, starting page, 3 choices. Goal elements, branch pages, 1 to 2. Remaining elements, subpages, 1 choice, final element. Final pages, archetype consistency, assign each option type. Fix arc, used across all pages. Okay. Part 1. Generate 1 to 3 choices per page. Summarize core event. Write 1 sentence. What's the player doing? Example, player search for clues in the sky. Split multi-page events. Ask, does this page have multiple events? Yes, split into single pages. No, proceed. And, okay, that might work. Considering, let's see something here. Shift flying around, same village being burned down by a friend. Chester flies right into the other dragon, hard enough to cause him to stop. Before the other dragon could recover, Chester flies back to his own cave under Dragon Mount. Okay. So he sees one of his friends, and then he returns. And I guess I don't know if this would kind of kill pacing a little bit, but like I said, in here it's only one of his friends that he goes back to his cave. Whereas I have 3 friends that he went and checked up on over here, and so I'm guessing he should be looking for the 3 friends. So um, they'll each be doing something. I don't know what. I had the thought that basically he sees this dragon. This dragon's going and going through and spitting fire, and he sees it going, setting up for another run, and so then he flies in and he rams the other dragon, and the dragon kind of falls out of the sky, and then he doesn't want to wait around for the dragon to recover, so he he flies away towards his cave. So I don't know if you know what I might do? I might have him search around and he looks and he doesn't do anything right away. Well, I don't know if I should do that or not. I'll have to actually figure out where these some of these villages actually sit to. Like I'll have to do a mapping part. And actually I can actually do that in any phase. It doesn't really matter because it's just a map. It's not something that you'll necessarily see. It's just something for me so that I can map locations and stuff, so I can come up with the, where they go and stuff. So maybe here in next week, maybe because today's Friday, maybe I will split it up into three sections. Maybe I'll do two sections will be coming up with the cards, and then one will be a map, working on the map, and then the other one will be working on the layout tool. And that way I can keep it more interesting and different content and stuff depending on what's going on. Okay. All right. And yeah, this might have to be broken up in the sense that flying around. Hmm, okay. So this process is supposed to help me figure out this stuff. So let's see what we got. Split into single event. Does this have multiple events? Well, this doesn't really have multiple events. It just has one. A he finds one of his friends. His friends bring out the village. He stops that friend. He uh, speeds back towards his own cave to regroup or whatever. But if I do what I want to do, he's gonna find all three friends. They're gonna be doing stuff, and so he's gonna be um, wanting to stop him. I think. Define player goal. State the player's immediate goal tied to the central objective. List 1 to 3 goal-related elements. Targets, clues. Example, goal, find friend clues. Elements, ABC. Draft 1 to 3 choices. Use fixed archetypes consistent for each option type. Write short phrases. Follow structure. Um, Check choices to create a single event room content. Okay. So actually, this part 1 is generating my choices, and then this is the actual result of the choices. Okay. Find a room event. Move to the next page. Okay. Summarize core event. What's the player doing? Searching for his friends in the sky. Flying around Enchanted lands, searching for his friends. Um, okay, let's go through some of these steps as I'm a bit confused. Um, so I get it. I'm looking at my page and I'm summarizing for event as in the goal. Then step 2 is split multi-event pages. Does it have multiple events split into single event pages? No, proceed. Isn't this making the new choices? Um, Let me give an example. Here is the current Sky page, and that is copy. Oh, gee. Uh, um, um, does this seem like multiple events? See. Verify step 2. Analyze your Sky page for multiple events and guide you through finding the process to this page. Okay, I'm letting it go and then I'll read it. Hey Rook, welcome to the show. Not really show, but welcome to the stream, I guess. I'm still trying to lock down this process for generating content, basically. It's content generation, right? So instead of sitting there looking at my page and kind of going, okay, so what am I going to do? What's he going to do? Blah, blah, blah. And then I just kind of sit and stare at it. And, until I come up with something. I either come up with something stupid or then I generate some ideas. And sometimes I don't even actually do any work. It's just, I'm just doing thinking. So I'm asking Grok to clarify some of this process here and applying it to my current page just so I can get an idea. And it looks like he or it. I usually say it, but occasionally you get me slipping in he because I guess I'm seeing him as a he. I'm seeing Grok as a he instead of as a a system or software or something. Thanks for diving into. Okay, you're defining section. Searching for his friends, the sky leading to search in his cave. You're confused about step 2. You're wondering if it's about making new choices. Whether your current sky page. Let's clarify step 2. Analyze your sky page for multiple events and guide you through applying the process to this page, keeping it concise and aligned. Okay. Right. Okay. Clarifying step 2. Multi-event pages. What step 2 does, it checks if a page has more than one distinct story event, actions, or outcomes that fill at separate moments. If so, it splits them into separate pages to keep each page focused on one event. This ensures clarity in the narrative and ties choices directly to a single moment, avoiding a page feeling like a mini story with multiple beats. Not about choices. Step 2 isn't about creating new choices. That's step 4. It's about ensuring the page's core event is singular. Choices come later based on a single event. Okay. We'll see what it says when it applies it to this particular page because, yeah, right, yeah, this is kind of what I like about AI. In fact, like I said, I mean you've seen some of it. What I do, I don't necessarily always like copy straight out from it. It gives me ideas. Occasionally, it'll come up with something that I'll go, oh wow, I didn't think about that, and I'll implement it because I just think it's cool. And then the other times are when I actually specifically ask it for like names or for something, come up with stuff that I can pick from. And then even then, sometimes I usually come up with my own thing, like my own spin, or like I like this part, and so I'm not really letting the AI do everything. In fact, that's what this whole process of me continually asking it stuff. You know, I don't tell it to do something for me, and then just and when I get it, then I hit stop or whatever, like kind of like you do. You know, I like to read the output, and then I like to respond, and I like to handle it like a real conversation that helps me kind of hone down into the I don't know what word hone is not really necessarily the correct word, but I like to drill down to the point that I'm getting to. Sounds like a person, not too hard to anthropomorphize it. Yeah, that's right. I mean, it does sound like a person. It still seems more like a he than a she, though. I mean, it's not. At least I'm not detecting anything that would indicate a way a woman would talk. You know, it's just kind of interesting. But maybe it's just because I'm a male and that's what I'm just projecting onto it. Anyway, let's get on to the thing here. Okay. Okay, mini story not about choices, why it matters. Okay, analyzing your page. There's multiple events. Yes, it contains 3 distinct events. Chester sees a village burning. Player observes a friend dragon burning a village. Okay. Chester tackles the dragon. Player takes action to stop the friend. Chester flies back to his cave, returns to Dragon Mount. Okay, got it. Okay, that makes sense. That's what that is. Um, I haven't told it yet that I'm thinking about including the other 2 dragons friends in this dealie. Actually, I might split this off. In other words, this could be one friend, and then I'll go and do the other friends afterwards. I might do it like that. And it would be a predefined order. It wouldn't be like a choice order. So I don't know if you'd have choices there. Yes, it's useful as a something to sound off and bring alternatives to the paths you're defining. Yeah, and that's exactly how I use it. So I know lots of people. Well, some people really like the AI, and that's what they do. They mess around with it because it's cool. And but then others are like, don't let the AI do this, that, and the other thing. Don't let it take your stuff or whatever. Blah blah. No to AI. It's like the artist no to AI art, and I kind of understand their perspective. Is that essentially it's taken part of it is taking somebody's actual work and then training on it, and that's a separate issue. In fact, that should be a legal issue where if you train on somebody's art, you either have to have permission or you have to give them some sort of um, um, remuneration of some sort, some sort of payment or whatever to use it, and otherwise they have to remove it from their training data or something. And I'm sure it's really hard to remove something from training data because it's no longer data now. It's part of the algorithm, so to speak. It's part of the thought process or whatever that is. Anyways, I'm going off like I always do, so ignore me. Uh, okay, so while these represent separate actions, seeing the village burning as a discovery sets the situation. Tackling the dragons an active intervention changes the scene. Flying back as a resolution ends the sequence. Um, that wouldn't necessarily go on separate pages though. You know, unless it's like he sees them afar off and then he goes, "Do I want to get involved here or do I want to leave and go somewhere else?" Maybe he sees it as one of his friends and he sees what's going on, and one of the options could be that he either goes and tries to stop him, or he goes and tries to look for another friend to uh, see if maybe wants to stay away because it's a little too dangerous, you know. And honestly, I don't know if I put that in there, especially if he's a friendly dragon. If he's a friendly dragon, he's gonna want to stop villages from being burnt up or people from being hurt. so that probably wouldn't be an option. But okay, so feel like sequential story beats, not one cohesive moment. For example, a single event might be player sees a village burning with choices about what to do next. Tackle, call out, fly away. The current text. Well, that's a thought too. And I always have to. Okay, so if I add this as a choice as to what to do next, I'm going to have to make it in such a way that I can go back to the same endpoint. Um, which is the one thing is going back to the cave anyways. That's what he's doing, is going to the cave, um, back to his own cave. The current text reads like a linear outcome. Chester sees, tackles, leaves. Doesn't offer player choice, conflicting with your choosing, allowing set of variations via choice order. Recommendation: split this into at least 2 pages or 3 to align with the process in your goal of player agency. Chester sees the village burning discovery event with the choices to act. Page 2. Chester tackles the dragon with choices for what's next. Optional page 3, you return, flies back to his cave, resolution possibly the end page. Yeah. I was thinking of this as more as one event. He has to stop. But like I said, if you want to give the player at least to feel like he has agency, uh, I'll have to have 3 choices. Ultimately, we'll still end up the same way, though. I think. Page 1. Page 2, action page. Page 3, return. Let's walk through the 9-step process. Splitting multi. Assume you want 11-page substructure. We can just 17 pages if you prefer more agency. The goal is finding friends, or their traces in the sky. Sky page. Let's call it Sky Hub. Player sees a friend dragon burning a village in the sky. This focuses on the first event, discovery. Friend burning a village. Okay. Split multi-event pages. Check the page has 3 events. See village burning, tackle dragon, return to cave. Split into 2 or 3 pages. Sky Hub. Sees a friend. Action page. Tackles the dragon to stop it. Return page. Flies back to his own cave. The starting page. 3 choices like entrance and move. Tackling to branch page. Returning the cave fits as the end page. Right. Split Sky page into Sky Hub. Action page. Tackle dragon. Return page. Fly to cave. Find player goal. Find clues to friends' whereabouts in the sky. 3 targets A, B, and C, or their traces. For Sky Hub, immediate goal is to investigate the burning village. Clue to a friend's presence. Goal: investigate friend's presence. Elements A, B, and C. So all this stuff seems pretty complicated to me, which is why I was trying to get it to. I was trying to see if there's a way of making it, I don't know, easier to do. Draft 1 through 3 choices. Sky Hub starting page. Tied to goal. 5 to 7 words. Archetypes consistent with caves. Call out to friend A. Interact. E.g. search. E.g. Ember. Search for friend B. Explore. E.g. Glint. Search for friend C. Explore. E.g. Shade. Note: the burning village suggests one friend is present, so we could adjust. Call out to burning dragon. Interact targets A. Search for friends B's traces. Search for friends C's traces. Explore. Choices: call out to burning dragon. Search for B's traces. Search for C's traces. Check choices. 2 archetypes. Yes, interact, explore. Same archetype for option type. Yes, A, interact, B, C, explore, consistent with the caves. Okay. That doesn't have to be consistent with the caves. I was just saying, because I was doing multiple pages that did the same thing, but in a different order. I was saying they should still be the same type or whatever. Tied to goal, yes. Investigate friend's presence. Action base, yes. Call, search. Define room event. Player sees friend dragon burning village. Format. Sentence, player spots friend, burning village and sky, right? Event. Add story critical details. None needed, as burning village itself doesn't block choices. Not obstacle, yes. Does it change the player's actions? No, right? Critical detail, none. Link to next choices or end page. SkyHub links to 3 branch pages, 11 page structure. Okay, call it to Burning Dragon, friend A. Search for B spaces, friend B page. Search for C spaces, friend C page. I think that's because I said I would do that later. I would do it that method, so I wouldn't have to write all the different pages, which is okay, I guess. Verify room content checks. Right. Content check. Okay. One event. Gold Tide. Example output. Uh, Page, Sky Hub. Player spots friend, burning village in sky. Goal, investigate friend's presence. Elements A, B, and C. Choices, call out to burning dragon. Interact, search for beast traces. Player spots friend, burning village in the sky. Critical detail, none. Links to A's encounter, B's page, C's page. Text choices. Uh, Next page, example A's encounter. Let's try one branch page to show how the flow, assuming 11 page structure, one choice per branch page. Step 1 core event. Player tackles friend A to stop burning. Multi event, no. One event tackling. Step 3 goal. Confirm A's actions to find and exclude elements B and C. Choice search for B's traces. Fix path A to B. Check one choice, so archetype variety is not needed. Explore for B is consistent goal tide. Event player tackles friend A in the sky. Detail village fire blocks other paths. Justifies fixed choice. Friend A in the sky. Village fire blocks other paths. Justifies fixed choice. Oh, player A tackles. Huh. Step 8 link to B's page. Step verify one event. Text. Page A's encounter. Event player tackles friend A in the sky. Goal confirm A's actions. Find next clue. Choice search for B's traces. Room content player tackles friend A in the sky. Critical detail. Village fire blocks other paths. Links to B's page. Checks choice. Goal tide explorer content one event. And honestly, also if I did it with this structure, it's also what I said before too, and that is since these are limited. In other words, you choose one, and then you do the next one, you do the next one, and they don't give you choices in between. You only have the initial 3 choices. But if I want to add the choices back in, then this one could lead to this one, or it can actually lead to this one over here. And if I'm saying that correctly. Um, Anyways, it doesn't matter. I'll figure it out. Okay. There is a counter tackles friends. Fire. Streamlines. Your Sky page shows process works, but feels a bit heavy with checks, potential tweaks. Merge steps 1 to 3. Summarize core event. Define player goal. Write one sentence for the player's goal in action. Player search for friends in Sky. Clues in Sky. Spotting a burning village. Reduce state steps. Simplify step 5. Check choices. Keep only correct archetype, but tied to goal to cut redundancy. Auto split guidance for step 2. Add a prompt with more than one action. Split into separate pages. Clarifies multi-event splitting. Your Sky page example had 3 actions. Addressing your confusion. Step 2 versus choices. Is about ensuring one event per page, not creating choices. Choices are crafted in step 4. Tiny shiny objects. Yeah, that's next steps. Refine Sky Hub. Continue branch pages. Does this clarify step 2? Um, Let me think for a sec. While each line seems like a single event, it's and it is in actuality a single action. I figure the page was a single event because it deals with one of the friends. Um, so yes, observing the situation and then coming up with choices from it. However, I do see your point that observing the problem and then perhaps suggesting multiple solutions that lead to other pages. I was looking at it like one event, so with several actions. Okay. Then there's also a story context to consider, which is Chester is a friendly dragon. Obviously, he's not suffering from whatever his friends are. Otherwise, he'd be doing bad things as well. So, he's probably not going to just run away. He's going to want to act consistent with his character. He's probably not going to just run away. He's going to want to act consistent with his character. I also have to consider that each choice has to come back to a single event, which is flying back to his cave. How do I say it? If I set up I don't know what I'm trying to say here. I'm trying to tell it that he's gonna want to stop it. Maybe I can come up with multiple ways for him to stop this friend from doing any more damage. Different ways, right? And that might be a thing that I can do, which means it makes it consistent, and it also makes it reason. Well, maybe I can still come up with something that keeps him consistent. Maybe different methods of subduing the friend. One is ramming him, Another might be breathing fire or grabbing his tail and trying to pull him away. That sort of makes sense. I don't know. It just seems like this method is a little bit complex for me. I mean, I guess it's not in the sense that okay, so I wrote the event, I split it up. Maybe I should be splitting up to multiple event pages anyways. Maybe that's the point. Maybe that's the first thing that should happen. And then you do the thing based on a single event, right? Maybe it would be better if step 2 was actually step 1, because really we need a single event to be able to do things from. So we summarize for event after we split it up if it needs to be. I'm trying to figure out a way of doing this process that makes it simple for me to do, you know, and maybe ask me questions, like what's the player doing? It's like, okay, so what's the main thing he's doing? Okay, so first maybe you split up the pages. Maybe that's what I should do, and I should split up the pages like I'm just saying here. You split up the pages, and then now you got a single event. Now you got several event pages, and then you base the choices off of them, and you say, okay, what's he doing here? What can he do? Okay, so let's see what it says. I guess I might not get anything done today either. I mean, I guess it's still sort of making progress because I'm still figuring something out, and even if I'm not doing the process like I ultimately decided it's too much or I'm not doing it yet, I still have in my mind. I'm solidifying in my mind exactly what I want to do. So like I was saying, coming up with and that's what I'm doing right now. I'm coming up with stuff, even though I'm supposed to be trying to figure out the process. I'm still actually coming up with the actual content, which is fine. It does mean it's slower though. It's slower because I have to mess with this stuff instead of just like working on the. And maybe the whole maybe the maybe I should start the whole thing over again. I'm staring at my thing that I wrote, my page that I wrote, and then you want to get it into single events. That's fine, and that's easy. That's actually an easy way to do it. Saying is it 3 distinct events? Uh, and if it is, then you split this 3 distinct events, and then you're gonna make 3 distinct pages on it, and then you're gonna make the choices off of those. Thanks for detailed feedback. Okay. Analyze the sky page. You initially saw a single event, but now recognize may involve multiple actions. You agree it should be split to focus one event per page for clarity and enable the player choices like different ways to subdue the friend, which align with Chester's friendly dragon character, not running away, acting to help. You've also noted that all paths should lead to the single event of return to his cave. You suggest swapping Step 1, to prioritize identifying a single event before summarizing it. This fits your narrative-driven choose your own adventure. Okay. Okay. Clarifying single event versus your insight. You initially viewed Skypage as one event, dealing with a friend with multiple actions. Seeing those burning tackle dragon return to cave. You now see that these actions are distinct story beats. Well, I'm saying they could be distinct story beats. They still don't have to be, but I can see how you can do that now. Splitting them into separate pages allows choices how to subdue the friend while keeping the page focused. this just means actually making more work, you know? Yeah, I mean, if I, but maybe that's what I should do. Maybe that's the thing. You know, that's what I was trying to do when I was writing the events down as sentences. There was single event sentences, and then when I grouped them, regrouped them, I was thinking, well, okay, so these group of sentences have to do with each other, and it has to do with so each page or each room was basically all the events that happened in that one location. So he's in the sky, he's looking for his friends, and he comes upon a village, and the village is being terrorized by one of his friends, and so he has to act. He has to do this thing, and I was going, well, these three actions in this is one event, but there are three actions that happen in the single location. The single location is this village, right? And so that's my thought was single locations was each page should be a single location, not necessarily a single event, right? Okay. Why split? A single event per page. A single event per page. Player sees ensures tied to one moment, enhancing player agency, choosing to ram or hotel, and clarity. Multiple actions on one page, like the original Sky page, feel like a linear sequence, reducing choice opportunities. Well, so my original idea too was that this is essentially a story beat. A story beat is that um, it's a plot point. A plot point in that we'll just say in Chester's own story. If I was just doing just Chester's story in this game and I was focusing on that, one of the story beats would be finding out that one of his friends is actually doing evil, which they shouldn't be doing. You know, not just because he's Chester's friend, but also because Enchanted Lands is supposed to be this nice, safe, fun place to visit, right, for the resort. And so obviously there's something wrong here. And so I was seeing that in that light, where that's a story beat. That's not, you know, him seeing it is, and then him doing something about it is not. They're not separate story beats. It's a single story beat. Why split? Chester's character, single endpoint, refining the process, swap steps, streamline checks, cut prompts. The reason I'm skimming over this too is just because it's a lot of data, and I'm still thinking my original intentions in my head, and kind of going, well, how can I apply this, and then come up with something that would work. Check for single event. Split two. Player sees friend A's page, subdues friend A, returns to his own cave and page. Sky page is multiple actions. Um, event goal. Okay, draft 1 to 3 choices. Check choices. Okay, critical details. Player investigate friend's presence. Choices. Ram friend to stop fire. Search for beast traces. Okay. Let's see. Page A's page. Shiny objects. I don't. Yeah. Streamlining feedback. Um. Okay. It seems like a lot of work, and don't misunderstand. Probably won't misunderstand, but not don't misunderstand. Not afraid of extra work, but this is not a simplified process. Seems like a lot of steps and a lot of potential for confusion. Let me also give you use some more context. Okay, so originally I created the plot outline as a series of actions or events. Essentially, things that happened. Okay. In that sense, seeing one of his friends burning down a village, burning, and then attempting to stop him, and finally getting the heck out of Dodge. So then I grouped each event or action, might more properly define them as actions instead of events. Into location to a single location. So the location is in the skies above this random village. Probably would go down to the surface as well, but that is in course. That is in due course. The event is that, okay, so this page would be a story beat, or a plot point if you prefer. If I was just doing Chester's story only, this would be maybe the first plot point in his story. He could actually be the inciting incident, but the inciting incident kind of ties to the main story of things going bad with Enchanted Lands. If I wasn't concerned with the Enchanted Lands itself, but was just concerned with Chester's story, Chester's story might be uh, uh, the inciting incident would be the fact that his friends aren't where they normally are. Normally, maybe at this time, they're all in their caves, and that's why he goes to search for them in the caves. That's his first point. So, noticing that they're not in the caves, that would be his inciting incident. This would be the thing that gets his story going. His story going is, why are they doing this thing that they don't normally do? Why are they not here like they normally are? And so his search leads him around the lands until he finds one of his friends doing something. This is the first plot point. The first plot point is he notices it's one of his friends, and this friend is doing a bad thing. His friends don't normally do bad things because they're not bad dragons. They're just so something is obviously wrong, and so he's got to go check that out. And so the first plot point is that the fact that these now it could be a collection. The plot point could actually be the collection of his friends, each all doing bad stuff, right? That he's noticing. And again, if you're a concerned citizen, you see somebody beating somebody up, and even now, if you're afraid, you might decide not to do anything. You might call the cops or something, right? If you've seen a friend being beat up, or seeing one of your friends beat up somebody else, right? They don't normally beat up somebody, and so there's something weird with that. But so you'd want to do something about it. And so, so this first plot point is either seeing his friends doing this stuff that's not what they normally do, meaning that there's something wrong with them that's causing them to do this. Uh, is the first plot point. His first plot point is that there's something really wrong with his friends, right? Which leads him to find out what's going on, right? Anyways, that's what I was thinking. That's a story beat. It's a plot point. It's the plot point is the fact that something is happening that's causing these dragons to be this ways. Um, the inciting incident. Let's put quotations on there. Would be the fact that they weren't in their homes when he landed like they normally are. So this is obviously to him something strange, and so it incites him to action. Which is to go find them. So then the first actual plot point or turning point is the fact that his friends are behaving badly, and something is surely wrong. This is a plot point. This is the first plot point. So this is what I qualify as a story beat. So the choices are supposed to be what happens in between the. I want to say in between is one word, even though it's not, because I'm thinking of like animation in between. They call them in betweens, right? Because they're drawings in between the keyframes. So in between is kind of like used like a noun. It's not used like a descriptive. It's not a descriptive, right? As it's in between. It's an in between. It's a page, a page that goes in between two pages. Anyways, so I always put in between as one word, even though I know it's not actually one word. It's two words. It's supposed to be what happens in between. So it's supposed to be what happens in between. In fact, the point the player plays. So story beats would show in a cut scene or an in-engine scene, maybe a dialogue, maybe a conversation. And then player gets to play the actions that take them from one story beat to the next. So this is why I see it as as a single event. So to give you a peek into the future, into Chester's future. He finds out they're being enchanted and wants to break them from the spell. So he goes back to his cave to retrieve some shiny objects that might hopefully break them out of it. It doesn't actually work. He tries using fire on them, but that doesn't work either. Um, and then the rest of the story goes. That's kind of interesting because if I was making a puzzle, the real thing, this could be part of a puzzle. In other words, inventory item. You pick up three things to hopefully break a map of the spell, and maybe it doesn't work. So maybe you have to return and see if you can find some other objects, right? And so Chester returns back to his cave and he gets some other objects. But I can't really do that here because this is not we're not at a save state system yet. We're not past this choose your own adventure stage. So it would be him going to pick up some stuff. So I'd still have to figure out what what kind of interesting choices I could make. And this doesn't preclude anything that this said about as far as me breaking it up, because if the choices if it just leads to him going back to his cave, which it does, then there's no room for a choice there. In other words, you don't see a choice in there, and then in that way, then I can split it up, just like we outlined here. So okay. So then another thing here is that this doesn't preclude what we just came up with, because if that's one story beat and then he just comes back to his cave to get some items, which I didn't think too hard on that, which is why it's kind of loosely defined. That he can use to potentially break them from the spell. So him finding his friend and then subduing his friend and then returning home is pretty linear. So I'd still have to say, well, what would make it less linear or give extra choices? And that would be what we just came up with. So I'm still trying to figure out if there's an easier way to do this. Please acknowledge. I guess I'm just saying please acknowledge because I'm not trying to get it to actually come up with something new per se, but maybe to give its thought process or whatever, its thoughts. And it looks like I've wasted almost most of my working day today. Par for the course. Thanks for the detailed context. You're finding the 8-step too complex, potentially confusing, despite not being afraid of extra work. You provided key context about your approach. You create the story as a series of actions and not events, grouped by location. For the sky page, these actions, such as seeing a friend, bringing, subduing, and returning, occur in one location, form a single story beat or a plot point. The first major plot point after the inciting incident, friends missing from their caves, prompting Chester to search. Story beat definition. Story beats are major plot moments. Discovering a friend burning village, revealing something's wrong. These would appear in cutscenes or in engine scenes, while the player choices drive the actions between beats, offering agency in how Chester moves from one to the next. As a friendly challenge, Chester acts to stop his friend's bad behavior caused by enchantment. The sky page is the first plot point, friends acting badly. The next beat involves Chester returning to his cave, retrieving shiny objects to break the spell, though this fails, leading to further actions. Single event concern. You initially saw the sky page as one event dealing with a friend because it's one story beat in one location. However, you acknowledge the 3 actions could be split to offer choices, as we discussed, to make it less linear and give agency. Streamline goal. You want a simpler process to generate pages between story beats, from seeing the friend returning to the cave, focus on player-driven actions while keeping the narrative book-like with no punitive endings. Okay, slight variation. Okay. You're also considering the 11-page structure. I wish it wouldn't do that. I did say that I would probably do the 11-page structure next time, just because I did it this way this time, and I did another one a different way, resulting in a different configuration. So your feedback highlights the 8-step process feels heavy due to multiple checks and steps, especially when you see a story beat as one unit, but needs choices to bridge to the next beat, returning to the cave. Should focus on single story beat per page. Each page represents one story beat or smaller action within it, with choices driving the player to the next beat. Minimal steps. Reduce the steps to avoid confusion. Player agency after choices. Context integration. Changes made. Merging check for single event. Summarize core event goal. Combining define rune event. Add story critical details in step 4. Dropping separate verification steps. Merging link choices or end page. Action focus. Replace event with action to match your terminology. Subduing as actions within a story beat. Simplified archetypes, kept only explore and act. Archetypes are probably fine. This is not really, it's not that they're separate steps, so that's not really, but that, whatever, it doesn't really matter here. Emphasize choices actions between story beats with pages as smaller steps. Seeing village, subduing friend, leading to the next beat, returning to the cave. Yeah, and even returning to the cave is not actually the next story beat. The next story beat is what he's going to figure out what to do about it, or attempting to do about it. So, and that's the thing where I kind of, I guess I didn't properly do, like I didn't add events to do that. So I didn't. The chair's going down. No, it's weird. It feels like it's going down, but anyways, it doesn't matter. Uh, Identify single action. Sky page. 3 actions. See friend split into Sky Hub. Friends burning village. Player subdues friend A. Chester's cave. Returns the cave. Sky page has 3 actions. Subdue, return. C. Subdue, return. Split into Sky Hub. A's page. Define goal and action. Okay. Draft 1 to 3 choices. Ram to stop the fire. Search for explore. Right room content. Yeah, okay, and there's the other thing. The other thing is the one thing you could do as far as the running away part, or where he's looking around, is I can make the story go to where the friend chases him out, starts going after him, and then that's when he leaves. So he's still stepping in to stop the village from being burnt, but then he's drawing the ire to himself, and then that's how you can actually go to the next part, which is looking for another friend, and then seeing another friend do something bad, and kind of the same thing with all 3 friends. And then that leads him to want to figure out a way of breaking the enchantment. And that's why I was saying that could actually be a puzzle in the um, the end game. The when I get to the text parser version where you have inventory and items, um, would be to search for the like the shiniest, like Glint likes the coins, and so maybe to find the super rare coin that's shinier than the rest, and Shade likes the armor and the weaponry, maybe some enchanted sword or something, and so he thinks that'll break the spell, and maybe it would. Maybe there's a thing in here where I don't have it written down, but I'd have to actually add it in and change my story a little bit. But maybe uh, well, eventually he gets some of the dragons on his own side because they do get rid of the enchantment. Um, but maybe there's a point where his immediate friends, maybe he breaks some of their enchantment early, and so then they can help him later. And so that can be a thing I can add as far as the puzzle goes. So you find these special objects, it breaks them from the spell, and then they can help Chester later. Right room content. Player spots friend A burning village in sky. Burning ashes hide other clues. Concept player, step 5, link to page. Ram friend, search for B, search for C. Um, Player investigate friend's bad behavior. Uh, Single action, addressing your concerns, simpler process. 5-step process cuts complexity. Story beat context. Just your character streamlining further. Even fewer steps, merge 3 and 4. Um, the steps become so complex themselves that that uh, that it defeats the purpose. Maybe not. Okay. Process. Does this page have multiple actions? Yes, split into separate pages, each one with an action tied to the story beat. Okay, that's fine. No use a single action. Okay, I get it. See friend burning village. Split. Okay. Define goal and action. Write one sentence. Player's goal and single action for the page. It's 1 of 3 elements. Plus 1 to 3 elements. Have choices. Um, yeah, I guess. Okay, so I guess what Grok is saying is that, um, well, okay, so you see, if sees it, if seeing is its own page, huh, okay, so if seeing his friend behaving badly is a is its own page, what kind of choices does it present me with? I guess it's just how to subdue said friend. So I'm asking myself, okay, come up with 3 choices here. Which leads to the action page, the subduing part. Is that correct? See, I don't know. There's still a disconnect here. Maybe I'll just start over. It's me. It's a human. My way of learning it. My way of processing stuff that I'm having a hard time with. That's kind of the cool thing about this. I remember when I was making my Tetris clone, and I was in the Ludum Dare um, channel, RC channel on Afternet, And I would ask them how to do a certain thing, and I would ask them over and over again. They would say, "You do this, this, and this," and I just would not get it. I could not get it. Has to do with my learning. I don't have dyslexia or anything like that, but there's I don't know. There's a backwards way, or there's a different. It's maybe it's the context or something. I just could not wrap my head around it. So I would ask the same question over and over again, in a different way, trying to get a different result, trying to get the thing that would click in my head to go, oh, this is what you mean. Oh, you mean do this, this, and this. And eventually they got so tired of me that they just stopped talking to me, basically. They were annoyed because I was asking these stupid questions in here all the time. And they weren't stupid questions. And it wasn't because I was just being a dummy and not acting on them. It was literally because my brain did not want to work that way. It would not do it. Would not understand it. Eventually, I muddled through it. I worked hard. I figured stuff out. I brute forced a lot of stuff, and eventually, I created a game. But um, if Grok had been or ChatGPT had been around back then, like 15 years ago, um, I would be way way faster because I could just ask it, you know, ad infinitum. I could just forever kept asking it the questions and trying to get it explained to me until I finally found something that did click, and it wouldn't get mad. It doesn't get mad. It doesn't get happy. It doesn't get sad. It just runs programs. If you remember, if you ever watched Short Circuit, um, anywho, let's see. Let's go back up to my. Thanks for the update. Yeah, focusing on you're using the streamlined fast chat. Ask if SkyHub's choices should focus on how to subdue the friend. If you need the three choices to connect the sex. These choices lead to an action page. Let's clarify. Single action. Player sees friend A burning village. Part of the story beat. Friend is acting back badly. This sets up Chester's proactive response as a friendly dragon. Since this is a starting page, it needs three choices tied to the goal. Investigate friend's bad behavior. These choices can include ways to engage friend A, subduing, or search for other friends. Uh, Subduing action, ramming, breathing fire becomes the core action. A's page. Oh yes, you're right. Suggestion of the Skyhub can lead to action page. Uh, Other branch pages. B and C. The 11-page structure suggests one choice per branch page. So Skyhub's choice is split across engaging A and searching for others. Okay. Yeah, but he still needs to do something, so that still got to align with his motivation there. Okay. Split. Okay. A's page. Okay. Okay, so here's the thing. So here's the thing with character consistency. It's almost time for my break. Here's uh, um Chester is not going to decide to search for friends when um the one friend needs immediate attention. He has to intervene. So he wouldn't necessarily go, okay, I see this guy, I see my friend burning down a random village. So I'm just going to go search for my other friends. That wouldn't be consistent. The consistent thing would be go and find a way to stop him or her. It's going to be him, but anyways, consistent thing would be to go and find a way to stop him or her, and then search for the other two after fact. Obviously, if I made him lazy or they weren't really friends or he didn't like people, he might decide not to help them first. But as is, his character is that he's friendly, he likes people, and he has good friends. And he doesn't want to see either end up poorly. Kind of interesting. That's one of the reasons Stack Overflow is taking a dive, in my opinion. Who are you going to ask a bot? Who are you going to ask, a bot or snarky human? Exactly. Yeah, well, it's true. I mean, and it's really true that AI is going to pretty much take over almost all the jobs and stuff. You're not going to need a human for things. You might want a human for things. That's different. But the AI is going to be able to do it all. This the same thing with AI art. The same thing with making movies and music and whatever. You're not going to need a human to do that, and it will come up with stuff. It'll be super creative. It's going to be just like a human. Eventually, it's going to get to the point. It's going to get that general intelligence or super intelligence or whatever. That just like a human, it can come up with things that are cohesive, coherent, and it might create the best movie you ever saw, just based on a prompt. I want to see a Western today. Make it like a 30s Western, and it makes a 30s Western, and it's just like a 30s Western. You'd look at the actors and kind of go, "What? I haven't seen these guys before, but they look like exactly like the guys that show up in those 1930s Westerns." Or I want something that's like Star Wars, but that's slightly different than Star Wars. It doesn't use any of the same terminology and stuff, but is similar to it. It would come up with it, and it would be good, and you'd watch it, and it would be fine. So it is going to do that. Does that mean that traditional media is going to go away? No. I mean, theater has not gone away just because motion pictures became a thing. Motion pictures didn't go away just because TV has become a thing. So none of these mediums are going to go away just because AI can do it as good or better than any human. But what you're going to have is it's going to be more like niche, right? It's like only certain people go to the theater, and they make their money a certain way. They make their money by people that actually like that kind of thing, right? Or they like the fact that a human's doing it, right? So people will be you'll have a movie that's created totally by AI, and it'll be a perfectly fine movie. There'll be nothing wrong with it, as opposed to some humans that made it. Then you'll have one that some humans made, and you'll hear a story about how they poured all their time into it, their money, to make this thing work and make it good. And you'll watch it just for that, and it'll be good, and it'll be just like a human made it because a human made it, and you'll be going because a human made it because you want to support the human, not because it's able to do better than the AI. It's just because you want to support it. Um, so I mean, it's really going to do this thing, right? And yeah, imagine being able to ask billions of questions, like forever, without it getting mad, without it getting tired. You would end up being tired first. You'd end up not wanting to interact with it first before it would. You know, and it's just like, you know, that's the thing. Yeah, it might even hurt society as far as people go. Like people might decide to opt out of having real friends because real friends, play pranks on you, or sometimes they do mean stuff, or sometimes, you have a fight that's irreconcilable, or they have a viewpoint that's opposite to yours, and maybe it's something that you really feel strongly about, and instead of going through a breakup or going through a breakup with a girlfriend or something, you do the robot, or um you do the robot, or you do the AI thing, and it's fine. It'll work fine. It, and even if it acts like a human completely, it will never get to a point of where you'll have this big fight with it, that it will leave you as a friend, or whatever, or that you'll leave it as a friend, because it won't do that. It won't go that far. You can make it go that far. You could tell it, I want you to be like a real person. I want you to have your own likes and stuff, and act like a real person. It'll do that for you, but it won't have to do that. And so that's probably is not good for the human race, but you know, it is what it is, right? Okay, let's try to do 130. Darn it. Uh, okay. Um, Ram fire. Okay, I gotta read this before I go. Thanks. He pointed out a key issue. Chester is a friendly dragon, cares about people and his friends, wouldn't see friend A burning a village and choose to search for friends B and C instead of intervening immediately. His consistent action is to stop friend A first, then search for B and C after. This affects Skyhub's choices, which should focus on subduing, e.g. Ram, Breathe Fire. You're aiming for an 11-page structure. I'm not really aiming for any particular structure. I was suggesting this as a way to reduce the complexity, um, at the expense of a little bit of player agency. Yeah, I'll pass. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Really prioritizes stopping Fred's A harmful behavior. Okay. Um, Instead, choices should offer different ways to subdue a story beat context. Skyhub is the first plot point. Friends acting badly, burning village. Choices should advance the beat by having Chester act to stop A, then transition to checking B and C, bridging to the next beat. Yeah, in fact, what it would be is it would be this thing. It would be there'd be these three choices. So you pick one of the three choices, and then it would go back to, okay. Now you're going to search for the other two, and then that one will have two choices. You know, maybe it actually have two choices, and then they do the swap thing, so that you look for one and find one, and then you find the other. But if you did the other way, you do it the other way. 11-page structure, applying 5-step process, identify a single action, add 3 actions, subdues friend A, uh, Skyhub. This is the deal. Subdues friend A will be multiple pages because it will be multiple actions that happen. So different ways of subduing the friend results in subduing the friend. Okay. Um, okay. All friends are addressed, incorporating story context. Um, I need to take my break now, and then when I come back, I'm going to be working on the layout tool. So I'll return to this conversation probably on Monday. Okay, got it. Understanding, taking a break now. Shift focus. And I might even implement this when I get back. I'm not sure. We'll see. Okay, so I am going to go ahead and switch to break. Break. Secure on break. There we go. And I'll see you in about 30 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Dad was still sleeping and break time's over. So the only question is, should I go ahead and make some preliminary pages before messing around with the layout one? Let's see here. So I'm gonna create three data. We're gonna do three different and yeah, maybe I'll okay do it this way. Let's do it like this. No, let's do it like this. We're gonna do the location. So so we got the other sky ones, right? We're gonna put them down here. Okay. So these are actually the other sky ones. Here, let's actually put them closer together. Uh, that's not the sky one. Okay. We have 1, 2, and 3. Um, so I'm gonna do the thing is I'm gonna rename these to 11, 12, and 13 because I'm making room for the other sky ones that I'm gonna make here in a second. So we're gonna say that's 11. This one. Actually, here, let's wait. Let's go to where's the door specs? Okay, 11. So it's gonna go to 12, right? Oh, I need to find the one that goes to 11 though. 'Cause I think I'll have to manually modify that. Okay, 12. This one is going to be 12. And of course, this door spec is not, it's actually the mines. So, uh, it's different. Sky 3. Actually, it'd be helpful to know now that the linkages, the inbounds, but it is what it is, I guess. And so oh, okay, we're gonna rename this to 13. So so the one thing that I want to do is I want to find where hmm, I won't know unless I reload them all, or actually that I wait, mic's on? Okay, mic's on. Okay, let's go to rooms. haven't actually saved anything just yet. Um, so we need to find what goes in a sky one. That's right, screen text too. Here, I can put this here. Um, okay, so Cerulean, this is where Cerulean is flying toward 26, okay. Opswood, night school. I have to find them now. So, um, yeah, that's kind of the problem, I guess. That's in the Belfry one. Um, Mr. What's your entrance? Dark Minds. Be more descriptive, I think. Got random villages. Are these all Zanzibar? Door to Nestor Cave. Okay. That's not it, though. No, there's Zanzibar one. Zanzibar. Zanzibar. Okay. Lapswood. Cerulia 99. Like I have to go through every single one of these. Hmm. North Terrace. Fairy God College. Dwarf Mines. Night School. Hmm. It does prep. Was view library. Night school pool. Business prep door. That's interesting. See, I need a 2, 1. Dwarf Mines. Night school. Edge 1. That was edge 2. This is edge 1. This is the first edge. Dwarf Mines. District Cave. Random Villages 3. Random Villages 2. Lapswood Edge. Lapswood Scrap Over. Chicken 2. Lapswood 2. Lapswood 1. Cerulean. Lapswood. Chester Cave. Goes to the train cabin. Sky 3 goes to Werewolf Village. Sky 2 goes to Max Mines 1. Sky 1 goes to Sky 2. Sky goes to Chester Cave. Caves is just going to Sky. It's not going to Sky 1. So something needs to go to Sky 1. These don't do it though. Where goes to Sky 1? That's what I want to know. I think I have an order, the original order one though. So maybe I can find that. Let's go to the documents. Order. Where is Sky 1? East Depot. Well, this might not be the exact one, but it will tell me. The East Depot. So it's okay, East Depot. There we go. Okay. So I'll have to remember that. Sky 11. Okay. Sky 11 goes to Sky 12. That's fine. Sky 12 goes to, where's Sky 12 go to? Max Mines 1. That's fine. Thanks, Rook. I need to find the one that goes to Sky 13. Sir William and Twins. So what goes to 13? Okay. Whoop. Sky 3. What goes to Sky 3? Um, Interesting. Okay, fine. I still don't know what goes to Sky 3. Dark minus 2. I'm still trying to find. I guess I could go back to my list here. Actually, it's going to be one of these, I think. No. Random Village is 5. Okay, Sky 3. So this is going to be going to Sky 13 at the moment. Okay. I mean, I guess I could always, uh, instead of having to go through that rigmarole, I suppose what I should do is, in the future, I should just pick up past the last one. In other words, Sky 4, 5, and 6 would have been the next ones instead of this ways. I might do that in the future just to make it okay, 11, 12, and 13. That's fine. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and rename this so that's 005. No, yeah, 005 Sky. Copy. Sky 1. 2. Sky 3. Now this is going to need oh, you know what? I almost screwed up. Okay. Delete. Okay. Delete. Delete. Okay. Because I changed those, now I have to save it. Okay. Yeah, those don't exist. Let's see if I screwed up something, because I probably did. Where's the sky ones? Uh, Sky 11, 12, and 13. Okay. Let's check out the, okay, let's check out, here. Let's reload save scene. Eleven, 12, 13. Okay. So there's some weirdness when I try to delete. But that's okay. It still worked out. Everything worked out. Okay. New location 2. Sky 3. Location 1. Sky 2. New location. Sky 1. And we're going to save it. And we are going to go ahead and put Sky 1 over here. Sky 2 over here. And Sky 3 here. We're going to save the room data. We are going to take again. He's going to see it. 3 choices as to how he wants to okay. So each of these are going to actually okay, so this one is going to door specs copy paste paste paste. Okay, and then here we're going to go ahead and sky Copy. Actually, let's do this. Here. Door specs. Copy. Okay. So here, let's go ahead and edit that. Paste. 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 And we're going to do this. Make this sky 1. This one sky 2. This one sky 3. And we're going to make this choice 2 and choice 3. So, and we're going to save room data. Control S. And let's move these here. And yeah, it does this weird thing, right? Where it doesn't put them in the things in the right position. Although technically speaking, the starting points is the correct positions here. Let's go ahead and reload save scene. Cancel Control S. Reload save scene. Okay. So he's gonna stop, and then I'm actually going to do a search deal. Now it's only gonna be I guess we'll say shade, I guess. Shade. He's gonna see shade and he's going to try to subdue shade. But anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and see, well, how much time do I have? 2:30 to 3:30? I've got an hour. I got an hour to work on my layout tool. All right, let's do that. I'll save. Make sure everything's saved. Then project, quit to project list. Then bring up layout tool edition. Let's pull up GitHub. And let's switch to added under new ones, huh? Rooms. Don't do anything yet. Commit to main. Origin. Okay. And let's go back to, this is something I don't get here. Look at this. File system cache 8. I don't know why it's pulling up this cache stuff here. File system cache or catch. And I kind of don't get it because I don't do anything. I haven't done anything with this so far. Anywho. Let's switch to my other Grok conversation. And let's close that right now. Okay. At 2:30 p.m. ET. Did I decide anything yesterday? All right. Um, you didn't lock in the final decision on the layout, tools, door creation, or connection methods, though you lean toward drag and drop approach. Um, yeah, I'm leaning in a slightly different direction. Um, I'll probably set up a panel um, that will have that text with a button where the is for editing a room, which will pop up a line edit dialog. Maybe multi-line one or something, depending on what redot for 0.3 can do. And then below it, like another button to add doors to add and remove doors. Two other with the ability to well, actually, to add doors, which basically means you click the add button on the particular room panel. It's gonna be kind of involved here when I do it, but I'm gonna start with the drawing part here. Then it will tell you to click a destination room, and it will automatically connect to it. So I won't be doing a drag, but I will have a button on the room panel itself to add. And then when you click on the door visual little colored square, it will pop up a door edit panel, which will allow you to either modify it manually or remove it. So to drag a room around, you simply have to click on the panel, the part of the panel with the text snippet. Room panels with a text snippet, an edit button popping up a line edit or multi-line dialog, an add door button. Select the destination room for auto connection. Clicking the door square opens an edit panel to modify or remove it. Dragging rooms works by clicking the text snippet area. This keeps it simple and intuitive. Now this will do as far as a description goes. I don't know. Suppose I should do like a planning. Like I should have a sort of like a design document. Maybe a little document that shows what it looks like and how it works, or something. Uh, as far as how the lines, how the connections are utilized, like I said, colored Rex along the bottom, like in the current editor map version. But then all of them are there, like empty slots, but grayed out. Inbounds on the top. When you do add a door and you click on another room and it makes the connection to the first available slot, will draw a line and color the Rex certain color. So they're gonna have the deal on the top, the deals on the bottom. And actually, I'm going to yeah, I have to decide how I want to do it. Because I have to modify the panel to look a little bit differently too. So I will need help with the drawing logic, but not right this second. I'm going to need to redo panel design to accommodate the means resizing, and not sure if I want the door nodes to be inside the box or on the line like it is now. Not sure. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll pull up GIMP or something and like just do like a quickie like design of how I might want it to look. Hmm. And the existing. So maybe okay. So maybe I come up with a new design and then I'll have to recreate the panels and how they look. Maybe I'll do that. Let's do something here. Caves of Dragon Mounds. Should see about removing. Let's delete. No, hopefully. Okay, so let's see. Let's see if I can delete these now. Mm-hmm. With the output, because there might be a. I can't delete, huh? That's kind of weird. I'm not really okay. So I don't really. All right, fine. That doesn't even work either. None of the buttons work in this for some reason. But you know what? I don't care. Here, let's close this. Let's go into let's go into LT rooms. Let's delete. Still under LT, which is fine. Okay. Let's go ahead and restart. Let's pull up LT. Sure, I'm getting kind of weird errors, which it doesn't look like we do. Okay. This is fine for this anyways. So I'm gonna have to kind of come up with a new. It'll sort of look like this, but it'll actually be its own box. It'll be a title box. In fact, you should be able to. In fact, maybe I'll have a button to remove the room from up here too. And also when you remove it, you're gonna actually remove it from disk. It's not going to Yeah, of course it'll have a confirmation, like you'll hit the minus sign up here, or delete or something, or and then it will come up a conversation. Are you sure you want to delete such and such? And then I just thought of something. And this is just it doesn't really matter that much, and I don't know if anybody else had thought of this. But you know how they always show when they're like launching missiles, aside from the actual two keys that they use, but where they have the button and it has a cover. You have to lift the cover before you can flip the switch or push the button. Why not do that on something like a close or a like delete? Like I'm gonna allow you to delete rooms or remove rooms by using this button. And why not have a thing where it's like grayed out, and then you click on it, and then it lights up, and then when it lights up, then you can use it to delete. So it's like a two-stage deal, and you can even have a you can still have the pop-up dialog. So it'll be like a safety feature, right? So you click it, so it'll be there, it'll be grayed out, but you'll be able to click it, and click it means it'll highlight it, it'll turn it on, and then you have to click it again to be able to delete. But then it'll also give you a pop-up dialog that asks you if you're sure you want to delete it. So that way, it's you're doubly sure that you're going to delete it, so you don't accidentally delete it. If you hit it, and so the thing is so that you don't accidentally delete it, right? Because all it's going to do when you hit it is it's going to ungrade the box. But then hitting it again will bring up the pop-up, and then if you say cancel, then it will go back to being grayed out, so that you can do that again. So you don't accidentally delete something you don't want to. It doesn't sound like a bad idea. Kind of a safety button. I know they had you have you have the confirmed dialogue, and that's usually okay. But just adding an extra layer of I don't know, maybe you don't need the safety button. I was just thinking it would be kind of an interesting feature to have the sort of a safety feature that turns on the option first before allowing you to delete it. But I guess a confirm would be just as good. You have to be like, are you sure you want to delete? Confirm and cancel. Anyways, this whole thing is gonna be. I'll have to create a different kind of like a new kind of panel. And create's going to create it on a disk so that you'll have a you'll have an add room button up there. It will add it, and it will literally add the file there, and it will still act kind of like it did as far as saving goes. Although now, just thinking about this, if saving doesn't work, I have to figure out why saving doesn't work. Hmm. Okay, so I'm gonna have to design a new panel. Okay. I guess that means I should probably pull out like GIMP or something, right? First time in a while. Um, 640, 480. Okay. Um, hardness. Hmm. I don't even remember how to use this. Uh, okay, that works. Okay. Okay, that's the title bar. Um, I could actually draw it with my tablet, but let's see something now. Hmm, I see. Honestly, I need inbounds. Let's do some here. Can I? Is there? Oh, there we go. I haven't tried Chat GPT's image making stuff. Those, maybe I should. That's interesting. Maybe. I'm saving that working though. Um, okay, I guess I'm kind of stuck, sort of. Enchanted Dev, ChatGPT. Haven't used any of the ChatGPT's new image deals. What kinds of things can generator do? Um, I've actually seen them do logos and stuff, so I might be able to use it for this kind of thing. I might have to click on Sora to do it though. I'm not sure if I click on Sora if I can just get ChatGPT to do this. Buy a bag of magic tricks from conjuring dragons in your breakfast cereal to designing pixel perfect UI mockups. See, this is what I'm talking about. UI mockups. Give a description, characters, landscapes, scenes, concept art, logos and icons. Edit existing images. Add and remove transform style. Creative prompts you can try. Um, hmm, the thought. Hmm. I'm not really sure what I should ask for. I'm going to need to create a UI mockup for a uh, panel that represents a room in text in my game. It probably should have a title bar, and then the main area underneath it needs to house a text snippet. But then I need a couple of extras. Box on the top and the bottom that house um, node visuals, connections to other rooms as word rectangles. So 9 across the bottom in this box and 9 across the top in that box. These will represent incoming and outgoing connections. Would you come up with something with that sparse of a description? See what happens. We'll see. Maybe it can do it, maybe it can't. See, it's just like, I don't know what you're asking. Maybe it'll just hang here. We'll see, I guess. Oh, I don't know. We got a little less than half an hour, and I have to go and it's too difficult, or am I using I'm oh, it's not gonna let me enter it. Should I stop it? What should I do? Stop it and restart? Awesome. Are you there? Did you get my description? Um, that means you didn't get my description. Okay, here. Here's a repaste. Okay, no problem. At least at least it's telling me that it's gonna take a while. Especially I'm on the free thing, so I imagine I have much priority. But at least it's doing it, right? I don't know. It looks like today's gonna be kind of a dud again. It's not really a dud, but kind of a dud. Actually, what's interesting though is I can probably take it, assuming that it does generate an image, it doesn't just hang here. Uh, I can probably take it and tell it, okay, so now I want you to do this in Godot in GD script. I'm gonna guess that it's not gonna allow me to type in anything in the meantime. Hmm. I don't think the grok image generator, let's see something here. Can you, UI mockups? Maybe the image generator is only on the X website. Hmm. Let me get back here. See, create images. If it can do mockups, maybe it can, maybe it can't. I don't remember. Mhm. Okay, that's. I guess that's worth a try, anyways, huh? Interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. That's a start, anyways. And this is still working, so this is kind of weird. It's in for a text box. Insert free a insert gray box, white outline, and white text. Should have a title bar and room below the title bar for some more text. See what it comes up with. Alright, Unfortunately, it's taking a lot of time. It's doing a box. That's cool though. I like it, but it's actually drawing you like an actual box. Like, mhm, that's great. Um, okay, okay. Let's do Are there any free UI mockup generate um AI based UI mockup generators out on the web somewhere? Site. Hmm. Okay, well, free tool. Do you have to sign up though, huh? Hmm. I wouldn't know what to ask it because my needs for my thing is specific. Uh, it's divided into more boxes, vertically stacked, with top and bottom be small. with a title bar underneath top bar and a text box picking up a remainder. Let's see what happens when I hit it. Is it gonna ask me to sign up, or is it just gonna do something? Yeah, okay. Let's do something here. Pricing. 3 AI generations per month. Okay. Something that I can use without signing up first. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. There's Canva. Oh, all of these require you have an account. Are there any that don't? I thought Photopea was it um photo editor. Shoot. Um, I I've seen a lot of stuff about people using Canva for designing like thumbnails and whatever. Free, it looks like it has enough stuff that I might have to look at that photo P. It's an editor. It's not a wait a minute, what happened? Okay, there we go. Oh, interesting. That's cool. Hmm. What is? Oh, I see. And it is just a photo editor. I mean, it doesn't mean that it can't do something. It's just and yeah, it's just a image editor. That's cool. I mean, I got GIMP. I can use GIMP, so hmm. Presentations, video, print designs, websites. What does that mean? Hmm. About non-AI based uh, UI mockup generators. I forget that for a while, anyways. Regardless. More commonly, often focus on simple template-driven design, manual editing. That's fine. Photopea is not really. I mean, it's not that you couldn't. Like, I can do it in GIMP, So it's like, if I want to, anyway, it's not about time for me to go today. Yeah, I know, I have GIMP, but GIMP is just basically a drawing deal. That's not, I don't have a problem using GIMP. In fact, I was starting to mess around here a little bit. It's a little bit more difficult. Or I could just, I don't know, I could just hand draw it with my tablet just to get an idea of what I want it to look like, anyways. I can always save it and upload it to Grok or ChatGPT to actually analyze and to help me create it. Upload. Oh, I see. It's Pencil, huh? Something called Pencil, which is an actual app you download. I'm not using Fedora. There you go. Debian. DUI prototyping, built-in shape collections, diagram drawing support. Actually, this might be a kind of cool thing to download, yeah. Anyways, huh? It's a thought, anyways. Okay, well, let that go. Let's see. Free and open source. That's probably something. I'll probably close all these anyways here in a second. Hmm, interesting. Hmm. Open source browser-based design, prototyping. Interesting. Penpot. See what that is. So it's free, self-host install. What does that mean? Huh, interesting. Pricing. Editor. Okay. I might look into this too. I have to sign up for it. It's like you have to sign up for a lot of this stuff anyways. That's downloaded, that's probably done. Um, Figma's okay. Canva. I don't know. I might have to, let's actually put this on the bookmarks toolbar. And then, I don't care about the rest of the stuff. Honestly, this I might be interested in though. No count. Photo P is probably the strongest options. Completely free to use. Download. Okay. Photopea is an image editor, so like I said, I can use GIMP because I know how to use image editors. Thanks. That's all. Time for me to call it a day. Let's go to ChatGPT. Oh, that is exactly what. That's hey, that's great. I don't know about this extra box down here. This is actually. I'm impressed. This is almost exactly what I wanted. Tweak the style, label the node rectangles, make it put a okay, so um almost there's an empty box on the bottom just above the node rectangles, which doesn't need to be there. The top node button uh, rectangles that's sitting underneath the title bar should actually be above the title bar. Can you for that? Okay, we'll let it take its time or whatever. Uh, I'll do that in a second. Anyways, okay, so I guess here, let me do my recording here. Project. Quit to project list. Let's bring up this one. Actually, let's do a screenshot window. Okay. Anyways, all right. So let me do my little recording, and then I'll be done with my stream for today. Today is Friday, June 27th, 2025, and today what I got done is not that much. Actually, most of it was in talks with Grok about the process to make content here, and I did come up with a few things. So that's why I have these three boxes here. It doesn't do anything other than that. Um, so I didn't even change the description yet, so I'll be doing that tomorrow. And then the other thing is working on the layout tool, figuring I need to come up with a design, so I need to generate a design. And I had ChatGPT come up with this, and this is almost exactly what I wanted, except these node rectangles here. In fact, they even did. I don't know if I put 9 of them in there. If I said 9, maybe I said 9 in the. Yeah. Okay. Um. So this actually should be on top because it's gonna actually be where the connections go. And it doesn't need this extra box here, although probably we'll have something down here. But to start with, it doesn't need that extra box down here. So I'm having it tweak it, but that's pretty much all I got done today. But this is a starting UI mock-up, and so it's gonna have a deal. It's gonna have a button to be able to remove it. Um, it's going to allow you to um, you're gonna have an add door button, um, and it will allow you to select different rooms to connect to, and these will connect up, and this is a few things. Anyways, so that's about it. Not didn't get that much done today, but got a little bit progress. Okay, that'll about do me for today. So thanks for stopping by, Rook, as usual. And I'll see you on the Monday. Monday. Thank you for watching.